Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Alright. Hello, and good evening, morning, day, or night, wherever it is you are, to all the wonderful people of the internets. My name is J-Man. One moment. Hello, and good evening, morning, day, or night, wherever it is you are, to all the wonderful people of the internet. My name is J-Man. This is Miners Love Games, and let me be the first to say welcome to yet another series on this channel of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I've been looking forward to this game all year, and it is finally here. So, I know this isn't my usual time, but like, Saturdays are usually reserved for my spooky streams, but I have something going on tonight that will most likely keep me from streaming Signalis, so I might try and do that on Sunday or next week, depending. Do not worry though, we are still doing Lies of P and Baldur's Gate free. That's not changing anytime soon. I really wanted to start playing this. And to prove that, I'm starting at like 2:35 p.m. on a Saturday, and I'm just gonna go at this for as long as I can before I have to call it quits, because I got some other things I need to do. But, first off, welcome. Strap yourselves in. We're gonna be in for a ride. That much is certain. Oh, I love this music. So, for those of you who don't know what it is, Warhammer 40k. If you don't know what Warhammer 40k is, I'm not gonna be the one to try and explain it to you. But rogue traders are essentially their own little nation-states within themselves, tasked by the Imperium of Man to go out and explore the reaches of Imperium space, exercising their own authority. They're very much akin to, like, Star Trek. They're like, this is 40k's answer to Star Trek, but, like, darker, grittier, and all that. And I am very excited to just dive in. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. I hope you're all doing well. I'm sorry for not streaming on Friday. I was busy, and I had a lot of stuff going on. And, but the Game Awards were amazing. Congratulations, Baldur's Gate Free, for the win. But, let's do it. Main story. Scenario, difficulty. This game is going to have a lot of reading, a lot of character stuff, so be prepared for that. Main story. Other story modes are coming soon, I'm looking forward to that. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of Von Valentius as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this Shattered Protectorate and forge a new path for the Von Valentius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high, and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Coronis Expanse. There are no good guys in 40k. There are only shades of gray. There is only gray against evil. The Imperium of Man is not a great place to be, and as a result, our character is not going to be very nice either. I am planning on playing this character as pragmatic and someone who very much feels that the ends justify the means. He will not be a heretic. I might do a heretic playthrough later. But he is not a heretic. He is not a villain. He is more of an anti-villain, if anything. He will work with Xenos, mutants, what have you, if it means stopping the greater foes of the Imperium. Be it Chaos, be it the Dark Eldar, be it the Necrons or Tyranids or any myriad of other dangers that exist within the grim, dark universe of the 41st millennium. This character of mine will do anything and everything he has to in order to ensure that this Protectorate and the Imperium as a whole and its citizens, most importantly, are able to strive and survive. For in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there is only war. Difficulty. Normal. Story. Enemy stats are reduced by 20%, enemy wounds are reduced by 40%, damage inflicted by enemies is reduced by 30% after all modifiers have been applied, enemy dodge is reduced by 10%, the party's momentum gains are increased by 20%, minimum damage for party members is 2 or 20%, whichever is greater, after all modifiers have been applied. This game, much like Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm going to be making a lot of comparisons to Baldur's Gate 3, unfortunately, is all focused around, is based off of the Dark Heresy tabletop campaign system. Or no, not Dark Heresy, the Rogue Trader tabletop campaign. Alcat has done something similar here with their Pathfinder games that implements the system completely into the game. And from what I've gathered, it's very confusing, but also very intuitive. Now, Daring is like enemy stat, nothing is reduced, everything is as it should be, but it says this difficulty is not recommended for players not familiar with the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader system. So for our first playthrough, we're gonna go with just normal. And if I feel like anything is too easy, I'm just going to up it a bit. But right now, I never played the Rogue Trader tabletop RPG. I've never done anything like that, so we're just playing the spy here. And now we get to our character. We have some preset archetypes here. Preset archetypes to choose from, but we're gonna go with custom character. Create your very own Rogue Trader from scratch. The possibilities are endless when it comes to customizing your character and choosing their homeworld, gender, and background. You can also choose from a wide variety of abilities and skills, such as combat skills, social skills, and tactical skills. These abilities and skills determine how your character interacts with the world and what kind of challenges they can overcome. Finally, you can choose your character's archetype. Each archetype path offers its own unique set of opportunities and challenges, so choose wisely. With all of these customization options at your fingertips, you can create a rogue trader that is truly one of a kind, and embark on an adventure unlike any other in the world of Warhammer 40,000. First off, appearance. We could insert a I've messed around with the presets already and stuff, but I don't want to get in any trouble potentially using someone's artwork. So we're just going to use one of the preset ones and, you know, using AI generation. For something like this would be fine, but I can see that opening up some issues down the line. But you have a great deal of variety to choose from psychers, for Militarum, ministers, what have you. Great representation. But I think for this one, we're going to go with this guy. Bit on the portlier side, bit of a noblish, snobby look about them, but this picture is from before their character. I thought long and hard about this. So I'm going to give you all a story once I get it all set up. But suffice to say, starting out as a rogue trader, they reaped the rewards and lived in luxury for the longest time, before an ultimate tragedy that befell them and left them injured opened up their eyes to the duty that was thrust upon them, and the realization that they need to ensure the safety of the Imperium of Man. But we're gonna go with this. We're actually not gonna go, like I said, this is before character development. We're gonna go with a bit of a shorter, slicked back hairstyle, eyebrows. We're gonna make we'll go with those. Yep, we'll go with that. Eyebrows color, hair color is that, so eyebrows color will be that as well. Beard. I actually like the beard, but we're let's see here. A wide variety of stuff to choose from here. I really like it. Let's see. Nah. That's what we had. Mutton chops. A little scragglier. This is on the shorter side. I think... yeah, that works. Alright. Now for the tattoos. And scars. No one in 40k lives very long without scars, so you got a great variety to choose from here. Some really nasty looking ones. So I think we're gonna go for, let's see. Yeah, we'll go with that one. And then, I like this. I like that you can individually choose up to 5 tattoos and where to put them on the body. So, for this one, number 1, Mortis. Heresy! Mortis. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then number 2 will be the that and nope. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. So, Mortis, that on the arms. Yeah, I like that. No, nothing too crazy. Oh, you can change the color of the tattoos? I like that. Change the ink coloring a bit. I adjusted for colorblind mode as well, so be a little patient there, please. Oh, you can individually change the... Yeah, I like that. Augmentations, and this is really cool. You can change the way your character individually... you can choose up to 2 augmentation styles for, like, prosthetics or implants. So you can go... You can make your character look completely chromed up, borrow from Cyberpunk. So, like, this... Because in the Age of the Imperium, this is smiled upon. Body type, skin tone, we're fine with that. The face, you can go... You can go for something like this, or that. I kind of like the one we already had. Goes with the preset a little bit already. But, yeah, you have a wide variety to choose from here. Nine, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I like that one. But augmentations... Like, the idea of this stuff being literally, like, grafted into your skin is kind of crazy. But no more than the stuff you see in Cyberpunk 2077, I suppose. Skull. Quartz. You can literally make yourself entirely metal with some of these things. Like, look at that. You could literally make your character entirely metal if you knew what you were doing. But nah, for this character, I've already got a name thought out for him. Emmerich Calidus. Yeah, we'll go with something like that. I like that it doesn't, like, flip through, like, the scars. The scars are part of it. And then for the second one, we'll do... And we'll just do a simple one like that. Alright. Voice. You have the full gamut of male to female, bold male.
A new challenge for me. Macro cannons, volley!
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Pious.
Let my fury rain down upon thee.
To arms!
Pragmatic.
This could be an opportunity. I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll make it happen. Time to reap the spoils of the battle. Engage the engines.
Blood and mayhem
Heretic.
shall be our anthem. Ruinous favor prevails.
The Commissar has every right to blow your brains out, but these guys operate, like, above the influence of, like, the... They operate on the same level.
Watch this spectacle unfold! Death's hand reaches
Utterly
for
insane.
me.
Your existence is naught but ashes.
The best defense is a good offense.
My tactics are flawless.
Females are the female voices are really good. All of these have like that real gravitas to them that bring about the Imperium of Man.
We have
This
purified
holy
the battlefield
empire
of the
sort of
enemy's
feel.
taint.
But yeah. So we're gonna go.
Lance batteries,
Considering
volley!
how my character is going to be played, you'd think I'd go with pragmatic, but I feel bold.
Oh.
Fit for the Von Phalancius annals.
Bold fits him a little bit more.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Yeah. Homeworld. Now this is where things start getting interesting. A death world. On death worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many death worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the city. Those tested and found wanting die young. So this is like, for an example of a death world, think of Krieg or Catachan. Survival instinct. Features: once per combat, when the wounds of a death world character drop below 30%, they gain plus 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Wounds are essentially your version of health in this game, from what I've gathered. Death World characters also gain a plus 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. Strength describes how physically strong a character is and affects the damage a character inflicts with melee weapons. Agility. High agility allows a character to manipulate delicate explosive with finesse or keep their footing when crossing treacherous domain. It improves the character's initiative, dodge, chance, and reaction. Also intelligence, toughness. Following features will be available after Origin Advancement. Talents: Brutal Hunter, Husky Weapon. For this character, not Deathworld, Voidborn. Voidborns are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel into living in low or zero-gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities or strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. -5 to strength, +5 to willpower. A character's ability to withstand the horrors of warp, terrors of space, and the dreadful opponents they are bound to encounter in the Coronis Expanse, and a +5 to intelligence. Fortune. A Voidborn character can re-roll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful roll. And these are the talents: Bloody Mess, Critical Hit, Contagious Luck, Just a Flesh Wound, Be Smart. Hive World. A hive world's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities, bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies and vast manufacturers, mine valuable reef minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populations as well. Strength in numbers, gain a +1 fellowship bonus, ability to interact with other characters of Deceive, Charm, or Befriend them, Resolve, yet they suffer a minus with no... Okay, so this is for group play. Forge World. Forge worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, entire planets ceded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing super-complex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of forge worlds' population is utilized as a labor force, whilst a fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Imperial World. An Imperial world is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal god Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of mankind, to the master of humanity and the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are, nevertheless, part of the Imperium. Humanity's finest can just give a flat +10 bonus to any characteristic outside of weapon or ballistic. Ready to serve? Affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or affects an ally with such an ability, their resolve is increased by 2 for better to die for 10 bonus to all characteristics +2 resolve. Imperial World characters gain their allies. Oh, lore on Xenos and lore warp are always 0. Fortress World. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a fortress weapon. This is your Katie, your Creed. These are those guys. Rip Cadia, the planet broke before the guard did. For the character I have in mind here, I'm honestly thinking Voidborn. Fortune. Dodge, parry, +5 to intelligence and a +5 to willpower, but a -5 to strength. Measurement of the character's acumen, reason, and knowledge. It also affects the lore, logic, metacay, and tech use skills. Willpower of resisting negative mental effects and psychic powers. The following features will be available after Origin Advancement. Bloody Mess. Anytime a Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there is a 10% chance to double the damage. Contagious Luck. Using a non-damaging ability on an ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success for 1 round. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Using a non-damaging ability on an enemy grants them 20% chance to fail a successful dodge or parry test against any character for 1 round. Just a flesh wound. The Voidborn character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, surviving with 1 wound. Jinx. While the Voidborn character has more than 50% wounds, all chances of all creatures, including enemies, in a free cell radius are increased by 10%. So all of these come with like their little drawbacks. While a Voidborn character has less than 50% wounds, all chances of all creatures, including enemies in a free cell radius, are decreased by 10%. Anytime an ability or talent uses the Fellowship bonus, a Voidborn character can instead use the Intelligence bonus if it is higher. You can always upgrade Intelligence even if their archetype does not allow it. We're gonna go with Voidborn. Origin. Astra Militarum Commander. The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium and the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. You have served as one of the commanders of an Astra Militarum regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Commissars, Heresy, Lamb. Commissars of the Officio Perfectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of their Astra Militarum regiment. You used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of Imperium authority, guarded with a mix of fear and awe by their subordinates. Prime Lord. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours cannot be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind through the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous, yet resourceful individuals. Weapon skill +5, perception, awareness, killing plan. Ministorum Priest. The Ecclesiarchy, known formally as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on the congregation. Navy Officer. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. +5 to agility, +5 to fellowship. Do not falter, perfect timing. Noble. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience, and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. You served me. You, go on. You, I like how all of these are named you. And finally, this seems like the one that's meant for this character. And finally, Sanctioned Psyker. Psykers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful who somehow survived the rigorous sanctioning rituals were selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. Note: damaging psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting towards your normal attack when turned around, and gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents, increasing the damage of attack. For example, a soldier using the run and gun ability will be able to use damaging psyker powers twice per turn, and an operative's analyze enemy's ability affects the damage of the damaging psyker powers. Trigger psychic phenomena. Which can trigger psychic phenomena. Psychic phenomena are more disconcerting and dangerous, intruding into the thoughts of people around the psyker and causing omens and visions. Reduce the momentum, chances that... Okay. This definitely seems like something for more extreme views. A noble... The noble assigns one ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn. Anytime the servant attacks a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains +10 plus the noble's fellowship bonus. Critical chance against that target can only be used once per combat. Brace for impact. For one round, a Navy officer and their allies in a free cell radius gain +2 deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. Do not falter. All allies affected scatter. All allies suffer only half damage. I feel like I'm feeling kind of feeling the Navy officer for this one. Noble might be more fitting, but yeah, I'm feeling Navy officer. In a free cell radius, gain +2 deflection for each archetype. Archetype role in the game. Okay, so these are our classes. Will increase opening up access to new abilities and talents. Yep, I think we're gonna go with this. Talents. After origin, advance. Do not falter. In melee combat, any target surrounded by more allies than enemies. Alright. All allies affected by brace for impact suffer from all attacks of opportunity. So also allows the Navy officer to use any ranged weapon, knocks enemies prone and pushes them one cell away during the effect. getting the cover, not falter. Alright. Triumph. These give us a little tech use. Apex of Brilliance. You lured a pirate squadron into a gravitational tear of a star, thereby destroying the whole fleet for your cunning alone. Illustrious Glory. Your ship became the first to take a now reclaimed warp route to a cluster of humanity's lost worlds. Feat of Greatness. Under your command, a void ship braved a terrible warp storm without a single casualty among the crew. Awareness. Notice traps, cleverly hidden objects, secret passages, and unusual or suspicious elements in the environment. Business sense and your ability to make profitable bargains may give access to new dialogue options. I think we're gonna go with Illustrious Glory. Then, our Darkest Hour. Grim Portents. And each of these is unique for the origin you choose. You have journeyed through dark and forsaken systems, and the things you have seen have left a mark on your soul that will never heal. -5 to logic checks. Brand of Shame. Once in your past, when the temptation of easy gains got the better of you, you resorted to piracy and were caught red-handed. -5 to commerce. Shadow of Torment. Your ship was boarded by pirates, and you barely survived, enduring many horrors during your time in captivity. Skill modifiers, Persuasion. Character's talent to manipulate other people for negotiation. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go with Shadow of Torment. And you barely survived. I've been thinking about this character ever since I picked up the game. This is Emmerich Calidus. A noble born aboard a void ship. He spent the early part of his years growing fat and decadent upon the privileges of being a noble and living in relative luxury. It was only a matter of time through his family lineage that he was able to gain control of a ship of his own and lead to victory after victory, gaining notoriety for taking this warp route and taking part in various victories. However, he was not invincible, and his callousness and his arrogance got the better of him and resulted in the death of his crew to a pirate attack, where he was nearly killed and taken captive, enduring many horrors and damages that opened his eyes to the way the world is and the true dangers out there. He was no simple fool. He understood that the world that he lived in was a dangerous place, but he also realized now that his position meant the life or death of those around him. And this, boarded by pirates, taken into captivity, its crew was dead because of him, and that weighed heavy. Once he was freed, rescued, or bargained for, his family was ashamed of him, and he was determined to prove himself better again. Now a changed man, Emmerich has seen the worst that can occur when you grow complacent. And he will do anything and everything he can to ensure that this sector, and that of his family lineage, and the Imperium of Man as a whole, stays strong forevermore. And now, archetypes. Archetypes are development paths that your characters follow. Each archetype encapsulates a unique set of skills and expertise, and it represents a specific combat specialization, from the frontline warrior to the indispensable leader preferring to command from the rear. Choose who you want to be in the grim dark future of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Warrior. And picking these opens up aspects for you to choose from. Warrior. Warriors are combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess in close quarters combat. That's not who we're gonna be. Officer. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. More focused, extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies, momentum. Bring it down. Keystone features, characteristics. Fellowship, willpower, toughness, weapon skill, ballistic skill. Skills, persuasion, commerce, coercion, corral, lore. Operative. Intelligence and perception. A soldier. Master of all ranged weapons. I think we're gonna go with officer for this. Officer opens up capabilities for Vanguard. Even when it only grows core focus, frontline leader, defensive support, temporary wounds, absorbing attacks. Master tactician are able to harness the momentum of their prey to scale it. Momentum. Okay. Press the advantage. I don't know why I'm worrying about that right now. That's not until like level 16. Brain strategist. I'm at... Alright. Alright. I'm feeling good about that. Now can... Oh, Jesus Christ. Athletics. So... each of these skills lends itself to these skills as well. So, we've got a +5 to intelligence. Fellowship. My origin. And because I'm an officer, we're gonna... We have 45. We can make that up to 45. We're gonna make this up to 40. Strength is at 25, toughness, agility, 30, 25, commerce, 55, coercion, 45, logic, 40, 40, 40, awareness, perception. Let's see. Weapon skill reflects the character's competence in all forms of close combat. It increases their parry and reduces enemy parry and dodge chance against melee attacks. It also increases chance of scoring a critical hit in a melee combat. Ballistic combat. Ballistic skill reflects the character's accuracy with all forms of ranged weapons. A high ballistic skill indicates that a character is a Deadeye, someone to be feared in a gunfighter script. The base hit chance for ranged attacks within a weapon's effective range is 30 plus ballistic skill. So, if we were to boost that up to 35, that would get like, say, 65% chance. Strength describes how physically strong a character is. It affects the damage a character inflicts with melee weapons and allows them to lift heavier objects. Characters deal. It also affects the athletics skill. Traverse difficult terrain. Toughness defines how easily a character can shrug off injuries, as well as how easily they can resist toxin, poisonous environments, diseases, and other physical ailments. It increases the chances of resisting negative physical effects and the amount of a character's wounds. Characters gain plus 10% wounds. It also affects morale skill, agility, perception. Oh, that's... yeah, so I got a 35. Willpower reflects the character's ability to withstand the horrors of the warp. Exert control over a crowd. Ability to interact with other creatures to deceive, charm, or defend them. High Fellowship will help find a way to approach a gathering of unsociable servants or to effortlessly make deals with treacherous merchants. So effects of persuasion, coercion, and commerce skills will boost that up to 45. Intelligence is a measurement of a character's acumen, reason, and knowledge. We'll make that 40. Agility. Quickness, reflexes, and poise. Initiative. Ballistic skill. We'll make that 45. Strength, I'm not worried about. Toughness, we'll make 35, 40, 35. Toughness, 35. Yeah, so 35. Characteristic bonus. 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. You can only go as high as 45, but that's fine. And I think for this last one we're gonna, just because I'm new to this, plus 40% wounds. We're gonna take that, and I think we could probably boost these later on. Otherwise, I'm fine with this. I get a bonus to like commerce, coercion, and I got 40 in intelligence, agility, 35 for ballistic skill, willpower is 35, 45, toughness 40. And if this is bad, I'll just, you know, I can figure this out later. Void ship. Because I bought like the collector's edition, I have access to like one more, the Firestorm, which I'm probably gonna use because I got it. The Sword class frigate is a classic combat ship design proven in thousands of battles, combining decent hot firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions: 1.6 kilometers in length, 0.3 kilometers abeam at the fins, estimated tonnage 6 megatons, estimated number of souls 26,000 approximately. Falchion class. The Falchion class frigate is a more advanced and modern design that was developed only 5 centuries ago and has proven to be as good as veteran frigates like the Sword class. 2.2, 0.3, 27,000. The Firestorm. Firestorm class frigate is a modification of the Sword class, designed to deliver fire strikes against larger enemy ships, not shying away from engagement with superior opponents. 1.8 kilometers in length, 0.3 kilometers in beam at the fins, approximately 6 megatons, 25,000. The Von Valentius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valentius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders, and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Coronis Expanse. Numerous Von Valentius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, And with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valencius dynasty. I like how this one looks. It combines the looks of this one with this one. And while I like this because it's like got that classic Imperial look, I'm gonna pick this one. And we can change the name. We gotta pick a really good we gotta pick a really good name. We could generate it, but Mercy of the Stars, Charybdis, Invicta Mirabilis, Seeker's Haven, Apex Predator, Atonement of the Abyss. Let me think here. I gotta think really hard on this. His Might and Majesty. His Might and Majesty. Yeah, I like that. This is His Might and Majesty, Rogue Trader. I like that. Alright, result. Emmerich Calicus. Emmerich Calicus of the Emmerich Calicus von Valentius. I like that. I'm happy with that. That goes down to 40, but the fellowship I get with like that is a 45, 55. Like that's sexy. Coercion, carouse. Solid 40 in most things, and with a little bonus here and there in intelligence and ballistic skills. I'm fine with that. A plus free. The only negatives I really have is in athletics, which makes sense since I've spent most of my life on a ship, but we'll see how it goes. Complete. Let's begin.
excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
The man who has approached you is gazing down into the depths of the vast temple of one of the lower decks. You are in a dialogue. Here you can learn about current events and whose character you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Got it. God Emperor's sublimity. The Emperor of mankind. The guide. Oh, Jesus Christ. The guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Yes, the truth is that the Emperor never wanted any of this. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. Frankly, such excess can be tiring at times. All of this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense, it is enough to make one think for the architects meant to compensate rather than glorify. Have we met? Do you have a particular reason for disturbing me? Truly, nah, we'll go with this. We'll be honest. Or have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Rogue Trader, a subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title. The Rogue Trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. Voigtveer bows his head and focuses attention on you. Commodore Emmerich Calicus von Meinard, Lord Captain addresses his blessing. My name is Emmerich Calicus. No need to be ostentatious about it.
My regards, Master. Or should I say, von Valencius, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you. Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of the Ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
Oh shit. Looks up at you and down with a thin smile. Or should I say Emmerich Calicus von Valencius. The galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god who is known as the Emperor of Mankind. So this is how it starts, with us getting an introduction and being told, hey, you're a rogue trader now, which is huge. That is a huge deal. So he's just been minor nobility this whole time, making his name as he has. But now he has the chance to really shake things up. You say I am one of the rogue trader's heirs, but there is another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Lord Captain. Strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Codex of Imperium Laws. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate.
You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Ah, typical spy master. Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
By the right of blood. Rogue trader Theodoro von Valencius desires to personally meet with the person recently brought aboard her flagship. A storm is brewing over the dynasty, so the Lord Captain has something important to share with her heir, if she ever gets the chance. Follow Conrad. Conrad Voigtva, the Master of Whispers serving the von Valencius dynasty, has graciously offered to escort the dynasty heir to Lord Captain Theodora. Move your character by clicking left mouse button on the screen. A symbol will appear and your character will move towards it. If the spot you chose is inaccessible, the symbol will appear on the closest accessible location. Left on a spot on the screen. Okay. Level 1. Emercalicus, Stub Revolver. Eric. Oh, Dogmatic. Iconoclast. Heretical. biography. Interesting. I'll get to this later.
We shall prevail. Victory awaits!
Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects, others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough on the icon. Hold tab to highlight objects or characters and interact. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to Tech Priest for servitorization.
I won't tolerate weakness.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like
that's
to
a leave it,
take
Ross.
around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Uh-oh.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! I'll see you terminated!
To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle. Oh my god. Oh my god. All battles in this game are turn-based and take place on the grid. On their turn, the character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click on it to move the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. One movement point corresponds to one cell in the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 movement points. Okay, fair enough. This action can no longer be cancelled, so...
I shall not fear.
Make attacks and use action. Oh, so movement and action are separate. Every act has a certain AP cost, number of squares next to the icon indicating. Okay, hold on. Their AP is restored. To attack, first click on left mouse button on the single shot icon on the weapon panel. The bottom of the screen, hover cursor, showcasing your chances of hitting that enemy and the possible damage you can deal on a successful hit. Click LMB on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your character deals depends on the parameters of the weapon they are using. It depends on the distance. Oh god. Click L and B on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your character deals depends on the parameters of the weapon. The effectiveness of a shot depends on the distance. You'll see two areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. There's two firing ranges, effective range and maximum. Okay, that's similar to what I know from D&D. Certain abilities are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn. Will not be able to attack again, will lose... Okay, so it's you can only attack once.
Nothing I can't do. Already done. Not my specialty.
Sorry for any noise you hear in the background.
I don't have time for this. Let's see how they respond to this. Suits my purposes. I'll pass.
Alright, that's your own fault at that point.
Oh, too easy.
Bruh.
Not my specialty. I don't have time for this. Absolutely not. To the heretics.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, Voigtveer removes the boxcaster from his belt and speaks a few quick orders into the device. Then he turns to you. A piece of technology used to communicate over short distances or to record sound.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Very well. The wires in the server's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction is the short-circuiting of the motor course. Lehman Russ battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor. The first to breach capital walls during the pacification of Vortes Katai. Tarantula sentry gun, constructed with the blessings of the Adeptus Mechanicus, using a standard template construct in the Manufactorums at Kiava Gam. Open your map using M to orient yourself. Alright. Two servitors tore through all these poor fucks.
A new challenge for me?
Bowing his head in fear and avoiding even looking at you. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House von Valentius' valor will be displayed here at some point in the future. This is all inside a ship, by the way.
None shall stand in my way.
A gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. A strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. The stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock.
It's about time.
A massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. A violet alloy, which, upon closer examination, turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. Interesting. I highly recommend that you make haste. Lady Theodora does not tolerate
Follow my lead!
partners. Your lordship, do not worry. All threats have been eliminated. It is absolutely safe here.
I won't tolerate weakness. A new challenge for me? Victory awaits!
Praise be the machine god. Lay people interfering in the operation of sacred mechanisms disturbs machine spirits. In the name of Allah, Messiah, refrain from any further profane acts. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which was covered by sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. The simulation of a trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. Theodora, a tall, gray-haired woman, pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Aeon the Sixth, Edelfrad? Surveying room. Your first impression of Edelfrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is a parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. A mechanical or electronic cybernetic substitute for biological limbs or organs. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelfrad, Theodora von Valentius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible, head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelfrad. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing, who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth, bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. An electronic digital storage device similar to a tablet computer. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice, with a powerful feeling of being watched, forces you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Emeric Calicus, approach and give me your answer. Passive skill tests. Your character's skills reflect her knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, a party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. Oh lord. 40 minus 10. Therefore, to succeed on the tech, you must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Oh, so higher rolls means failure. Okay. Consider this hypothetical situation. Aeon 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. It's a fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Lord Zeno succeeded. These spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Aeon 6 engages in Xeno worship. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several cycles to do so, but it will give us the answer. Seismic activity, you say? I wish I could look at some auger readings, but theoretically, a couple of well-placed orbital strikes would drown Aeon 6 in all its terrors in an ocean of magma. These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interests first. No matter what means I would have to use, the riches of Aeon 6 would be mine. Aeon 6 must be purged. For the good of the Imperium, I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native apostates. I do not know? This option. These spirits could well be the native's name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Aeon 6 engages in Xeno worship. Was it reasonable and prudent? However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor. Eldefrad scoffs. Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you, Emeric Calicus, are simply unaware of their existence. A term used within the Imperium to refer to aliens. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Ethelfrad. We are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become any one of our status to engage in petty feuds? I find your tone most disagreeable, Ethelfrad. You will kindly alter the manner in which you wish to address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. Shut your mouth, Ethelfrad, before I decide to shut it for you. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do. Color drains from Ethelfrad's face, which distorts his features further. Insolent, ignorant upstart! How dare you! Ethelfrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me, then, why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forget the time. Ethelfrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. So, Emeric Calicus, why are you here? Was it not you who sent for me? You received the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obediency, lickspillery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valentius Massimo Ascaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, a warrant of trade kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander would dream of amassing. And you, Emeric Calicus, are one of those with the von Valentius blood in their veins, and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. I am ready to take on this sacred purpose. It's all too sudden for me. One of? Does this mean there are other heirs? Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelfrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging to those who share your blood. Conrad Voigtver served me for many years before he made his mistake. Did I hear that correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valentius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Lloyd Tmier's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. If you are satisfied with Edelfrad, then what sense in there is having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me? One who is, as you just said, so distantly related to you. Theodora shakes her head. Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance, and are more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelfrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. Skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Coronis Expanse. You were once a Lord Captain yourself, aboard your own ship. You know everything there is to know about the life of this gargantuan beast, and its thousands of crew members. You know how fickle machine spirits can be. The spirit believed by the adherents of the cult Mechanicus to inhabit and control any technology in existence. How weak-willed are the rabble from the lower decks, how a single tactical decision can turn the tide of a battle. Few people can claim to have such priceless experience. It is so highly sought after in my calling. Moreover, Theodora chuckles slightly, even changing your family name will not rid you of the fame you previously garnered. I hope it will also help you bring glory to the Von Valentius dynasty, to which you now belong. I am ready to take on this sacred purpose, if you would have me, my lady. Oh yes, you would, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You come aboard hours before the warp jump and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of Rogue Trader. Well, and so be it. Thank you for clarifying, my lady. May I ask my questions now? The box affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. An alternate dimension of pure energy and madness existing as a mirror to real space, also known as Immaterium, the Imperium, the Aether, the Sea of Souls, or Warp Space. A sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow him to safely guide a warp-capable void ship through the warp. He'd know what these are. An incident took place on the officer's deck, and Saboteurs went berserk and attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance, or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gala field. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Theodora laughs nonchalantly. The gray-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to stop repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff. Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Adira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Any type of digital computer in the Imperium of Man. What are my current responsibilities, my lady? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel, and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelfrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. Where is your ship headed? The Rykad system, the domain of Rogue Trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House Von Valentius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I have no more questions. Where's your ship? I set the course for Rykon on the demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look, then shrugs. For a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet appraise you of the purpose of this journey, but now is not the time. Oh look, they got candles on the little hot bar. I have no more questions, my lady. In that case, I shall head to... Theodora's vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the vox cast, then nods and draws her weapon. Disturbances reported on the adjacent desks. Siniscal, if a need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that a chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated. Oh shit! Heretics!
Take a knee and bow before me!
Are you ready to die?
Heretics. Whap.
One fewer tongue.
Holy crap. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind are marked with a shield, or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side not protected by their current cover. Alright.
Nothing I can't do. Not my specialty. Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance. I'll pass. I don't have time for this.
It's a good thing these guys have terrible aim. Oh boy.
I've suffered worse.
How'd you like this?
Ooh, plasma pistol.
I took care of this one.
Oh, he can cleave?
Reduced to dust.
These guys have no chance. Your character has received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effect you have gained, hover your cursor over the effects icon next to a character's portrait. Over the icon next to your characters. Kill them! Plus 50 ballistic skill. As you say. I fucking missed.
Absolutely not. Not my specialty. I'll pass. What is it? One fewer target.
Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Maud, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single horse son survive. The rogue trader turns her eyes on you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, Not bad. I've seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. She looks at the box in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. What are your orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the arch-militant requires aid, and be quick about it. Arch-militant Mort. The officer has not yet returned. Avalon. Where the fuck do I need to go? Which way do I need to go? Here? Nope.
None shall stand in my way.
Ah, trouble. Only one way to go. The bridges are up. I can't. More. Conrad Voigtler lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. Thank Providence you are alive and well. Always on time. I'm Conrad. The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. Could set your chrono by it. Conrad pointedly looks away from the arch-militant to you. Lord, pull yourself together. The arch-militant looks back at you. What will old Captain send you to chivvy yet so long? We are all done here. I'll report right away. Lord pulls his box from the belt and hurriedly reports on the situation. Master whispers, what is happening on my ship? The boxnet is silent. The box master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report! I have not yet received word from the engineer regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago. Now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading all fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish logged to the pauses. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Mutiny? But who would attempt a mutiny here in the war? We must provide assistance to those still on the middle decks. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading. First we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure, and I have a means to do both things at once. Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Theodora looks at Voidfear. Edelfrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psycho aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the wolf could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him. The last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on traditional deck 18. Lost him! Master of Whispers, find Edelfrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Slas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Emmerich Calicus. Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. If I may, Lord Captain. Voidfear's voice is soft and cautious. Traditional Deck 18 is at the heart of a disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelfrad back, I could use some support. After all, I am not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Arch-militant. And taking into consideration Edelfrad's psycho powers, then it is settled. Emmerich, find Edelfrad and bring him here, in whatever state you find him. This elevator, she points at the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? I hear and obey, Lord Captain. Then move out. Maud, come. Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course you will. He rummages in his pocket for something. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs, but that is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. Ah! I promise you a special destiny, Ember Calicus. It is time to fulfill it. Snake. You snake in the grass. This was planned.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Right there, you two-faced scum! You are the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warring Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of crock shit? Cavorting with the wretched powers.
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodorus Kerr. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
Something, either your tone or the venomous words, froze Conrad off for a moment as hateful fury blazes from behind the mask of a cold professional. Conrad, more like Cumrag.
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Voigtveer hesitates for a second, and then produces a strange weapon, a blade without a handle that shimmers blue in the light. One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test, unlike with passive tests which are made automatically. In this case, you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue will develop. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill test, and you will see a tooltip detailing your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the party members with the highest score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. That's nice. With passive tests which are made automatically, whether or not. Okay. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voice in your head. Get out! Get out! Get out! I am not your puppet! The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Mindless, cybernetic drones created from a fusion of human flesh and robotic technology used to carry out simple manual tasks. In 40K, there are no robots. They are banned entirely from the dark age of technology. Servitors are, as you can see here, literal cyborgs with brains that are damaged to the point that they can only carry out simple tasks. Some prisoners are put through this as a punishment. It is horrifying. The Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Look for anything that can be used as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy that was used as a material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech, relic, an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp, metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voidfear wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Examine the Sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place at the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Place your hand to the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you clearly hear every word. It's the machine spirit, the old AI. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Get fucked, boys.
Well, there is still another way.
Oh, he got out of here quick. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable.
It's about time!
Look at how big this warrant is! Holy crap! Ricky wasn't kidding the other day. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer— oh fuck, it's going too fast. To unite and reclaim what was lost. To triumph over nightmares until to hold boldly to raise a fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
The servo skull's creaking gradually turns into comprehensible words. I need a weapon. I am utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Ah, okay. I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valentius, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Voxmaster, restore communication with the Navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
That's the best we're going to do. At least she's still breathing. Lead me away from here. Quickly.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game's story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and that new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking left L and B on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on their journey. The Quest tab tracks the progress in the main story. Here you can find information about any quest you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. The Rumors and Contracts section also contains important information. You will learn more about them later. Look at how big this thing is. Oh my god, it's fully printed too.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Simple order to the Sentinel Cogitator. Seal it. No one in. No one out.
Master. Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you...
Throne preserve me. What is the meaning of this?
An arcane cybernetic artifact that encases the God Emperor's physical remains entire and preserves them using stasis field and psi function reactors. Psi fusion. Seneschal Abelard Wersarian has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nonetheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm, and his gaze is demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. He surveys the carnage around him, his brow furrows, and he places a hand on his weapon. Comrade Voitvir is a traitor. When he parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
The Seneschal's eyes widen. He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Why don't we leave matters of etiquette for another time?
Absolutely. With the Lord Captain's permission, I shall give you an hour-long lecture on how making use of proper addresses corresponds to showing due faith in the God Emperor's anointed. For now, however, we have more pressing matters on our hands.
Thank you.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
When fighting, your character can lose some of her wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Conrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduced a character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, it becomes old, can be healed. Use medikits to restore wounds. They lose all their wounds. But any injuries they may have sustained remain. These can be healed with a medikit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the Field Medics feature, base skill, Medicaid, or have taken. Okay, Abelard can heal your character's injury. Click LMB on Abelard. Needs to be standing right next to us. Who yield or falter in their courage will be executed and disgraced as traitors.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let's patch you up.
Back into the fray.
Doubt is for the weak.
Feeling better already. Can be equipped. In this chapter. In this chapter by... Alright. Alright. Medicaid.
Absolutely not.
Alright. 1 revolver. Revolver and sword in accord.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the wall and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
I heard one of Theodora's voxcasts. He's still alive at the very least.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the navigator's sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warrant Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warrant Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warrant Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
The rulers of the Adeptus Mechanicus, they revere technology as the object of their devotion. They direct the endeavors of fabrication and lead the followers of the machine gun in unforgiving crusades of ruthless acquisition. Oh boy. What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario.
Then we have little time to waste.
To such an outcome
For the Imperium and humanity, leave the way, Senescal.
Cut.
A wave of static erupts from the servo skull, and you can make out Theodora's words through the noise. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Don't you dare to cross us!
Spare none of them!
Cannot attack or take. Then click red cells. Okay, so we get a time to... Oh, that's cool.
already done.
Damn it.
Brace yourself, Abelard!
Oh, y'all guys are screwed now. Oh!
I will do my duty.
Attack of opportunity. Alright. Bitch.
Suits my purposes. I don't have time for this.
At your beck and call. Dominance achieved! I've suffered worse.
Not a problem for me. Not my specialty.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Good shit. You can advance the level of your character and companions. Prevailing in battles, exploring the Coronis Expanse, and completing quests earns you new progression options. Alright, so I can just... Persuasion 40 minus 5. That would give me a +5 and just... Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, athletics for sure.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
That is the most noble thing ever. Here's the map of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Navigator's Sanctum. And as we enter there, I'm going to go... I'm not going to end the stream, don't worry. I am going to get something to drink. Alright, I'm back. We're still rolling strong. Yeah, I'll be able to go for like another hour or two. I love it. All of this is just... Oh, that's warp.
I'll lay claim to
The navigator's sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
A woman before you whips around and gazes straight at you, her eyes glowing with otherworldly light.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls away, crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud.
Ooh. Yeah, psychers are always a little... Yeah, there's eyes. I saw eyes on the wall. That's not great.
And you are von Valencius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
You hear a few clicks from the relays on the servo stall, which has followed you all the way here, and Theodora's scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency, to all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelsrat. Oh, Emperor's providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
Psychers are always a little tenuous on their grasp for reality.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Adira freezes. Then she slaps her cheeks, rubs her face, and looks at you. The supernatural glow is gone from her eyes, and a smirk spreads across her lips. Adira has joined your party. Yeah, if we...
Follow my lead.
A piece of pipe left a noticeable dent in the floor. That would have been our skull if he hadn't saved us.
A new challenge for me. None shall stand in my way.
Hurry! Destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting.
It's about time. Annihilate them!
He's kind of cute in that crazy way. Adira is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses. Her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies. Oh, that just does more damage. The operative can also use this ability against a specific target enemy to inflict several stacks of effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus is, the more exploit attacks are inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to him, the attack deals additional damage. Whenever the operative
Will do.
Nice.
I hope to meet the same end.
Oh. How'd she go down?
Nothing of value has been lost.
Alright.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. It will be done. I took care of this.
Absolutely not. My tactics are flawless.
The Spittus. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark, gill-like slits on its cheek. The creature's eyes are shut. The two ordinary eyes, as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespitus still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks on the face of the creature. The servants are dead. But the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the war. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Give Abelard a pointed look. Abelard clears his throat. Master Vespitus, Vespiatus, the navigator's stirs, barely able to lift his head, half open his normal eyes. The dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the box grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It's unclear how the navigator was able to produce human speech. Alright, I'll be right back. One moment. I gotta get something. I will be right back. Alright, chat. I'm back. I'm gonna be able to go a little bit longer. Alright, not alright. Our time is short for what? Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward and falls back onto the seat. Then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuousness. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can. His layered raiment slowly turning crimson, the gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn. Adira shrieks in terror. It came from beyond! His body is not his! Adira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Its mark thunders against the burden of hope. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portal to salvation within me. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his furred eyelid is turned from a trickle into a streaming mixed with blood coming out of his nose. There is a purplish swelling around the eye. Leave from this place while I still have the strength. The words come out of the box as a labored breath. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the war. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? The Seneschal gazes at the figure in the chair. The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman. If he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelfrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the server skull relayed to us earlier. Adira reaches her hand out towards the navigator, but pulls it back at the last moment. Vespiatus, good luck, and thank you. The navigator does not give a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the box at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. We must make haste. Back this way?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'm good with what I've got. My sister just barges into my room all the time. It drives me utterly insane. Even the lift is shaped like a cathedral. Ah, damn it.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
It's over for you, fuckface.
I shall pity not your enemies.
Oh, you guys are screwed now.
Somebody shoot these men.
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step further. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
A white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems like as though she is not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. We cannot romance the Sister of Battle!
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
The young woman called Argenta lowers her weapon and scans your small party with an intense gaze. Then she sets her sight on you. I am Emmerich Calicus von Valentius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the arch-enemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Melee Chaos, a malign metaphysical force composed of psychic energy that exists in an alternate dimension known as the Warp. Argenta gives you another stern appraisal. You catch something strange in the dark depths of her eyes, some internal struggle or a wordless question. In the end, however, she nods.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrath the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide. I detest these creatures as much as you do. I have seen what they are capable of.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy.
Oh, I'm so glad that worked. I was afraid she was gonna shoot me.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hull of the deck immediately. This corruption must be stamped out.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Godspeed.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Oh, swapping weapon. Okay. The door is closed, but the lock looks intact. It can probably be opened with the right tool.
I'm always ready.
Well maintained, stub revolver. Very nice. Long live the Lord Captain.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This door will not be moving in.
A new challenge for me?
Oh, this ain't good.
We shall prevail. Nothing I can't do.
Close ranks!
Are you ready to die?
Was that you? Or Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Tap.
On it.
Argenta is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas Soldier. She's an expert of burst, ranged weapons, and weapons that deal damage in an area. Run and go, using an extra movement points. Alright, so...
I'll do it. Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Oh, good. More lambs to the slaughter.
At your beck and call. One fewer target. I'd rather not. It will be done. Someone else can do this.
I kinda hate that you can't attack and then move.
I'm not so sure. But of course.
I will not. I refuse. Doubt is for the weak.
I gotta say, Argenta, you're not impressing me so far.
This is unacceptable.
I'll pass. All too easy. Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance!
I will do my duty. That's not the Seneschal's job. Victory is imminent. My ears are ringing. I'd rather not. It will be done.
He's still learning the systems, guys.
Was...
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
I will not. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, eradicated. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Oh god, their head went flying.
Forge ahead! I don't have time for this.
My place is at the fore. I took care of this one.
The Whispers told me a secret.
An exquisite replica of the Von Valentius void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel.
None shall stand in my way.
Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the book. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Cronus Expanse and the Calixus sector.
Victory awaits.
If we break through the gallery, it's only a short distance from here. The cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered
I'll lay
everywhere,
claim to the stars.
and dark stains cover the floor and upholstery. The cogitator is silent. It seems that its machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force.
I did fine.
Ooh.
We must act. I'm always ready. It's about time. I rise to the occasion. Excellence matters.
Ah, let there be light.
Done. A new challenge for me. I did fine.
Shotgun, huh? I wonder who'd get the
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
He could make use of that, I think.
Now
Man,
she
she's
is
pretty.
forth a week.
Fire in the hole!
Never doubt her.
Oh, level up. Very nice. Bring it down. This place looks a lot worse than when we last saw it.
We should deal with this.
The benches and even the cogitator are torn from its proper place, stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, and you distinctively hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valansis. Theodora. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in the inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my dear? My hand. Argenta goes as slow as a statue, and slowly raises her weapon. An apparition. A sorceress apparition! Trickery of the warp! Sister, you will lower your weapon! Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at a rogue traitor, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening. The Lord Captain is outrageous. This is impossible. I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible, Emmerich Halicus. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue traitor knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames, Emmerich Halicus. Show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination! Halicus, if there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. To the void with you! We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people! Abelard looks back at the coffee and confused people around you. Emmerich! The survivors from the middle deck! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way! Around! Over the roaring flames you hear distant sounds. Strident voices. Screams. Muffled and distorted. As if there were a body of water between you and them. Convictions. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in three directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotions through the ranks of each of the three directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other two conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2 or here. Your character's allies have convictions of their own as well. We will miss our chance to meet up with Ed! Adira breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle and she looks like she is about to fall. Emmerich, what are we waiting for? Walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical, accept the offer of help. Take my pain away and give me power. Iconoclast, get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. Oh boy. I will not. Oh, what do I do? The Emperor will guide the I'm going for like an icon. I want to do an iconoclast playthrough, but at the same time, I feel like a character would. I feel like he would rush forward to try and stop this monster. Everything he does is for the Imperium. Some may die, but it may save the day. If we get these people off the bridge, will there even be a bridge to save? Some may die. But it is for the future. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. I will stop these demons at their roots. I will stop this vision. For the good of the Imperium, for the good of its people. We march forward into hell. For the Emperor! Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. We need to get to the officer's deck. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. Oh God, I'm sorry guys. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind before suddenly retreating, as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see the glow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium, the 2-headed eagle sigil that signifies the Imperium. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Voidfear wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace. Fuck yeah!
Master, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
A familiar voice cuts through the din of the pounding. Seneschal Abelard Wissarian is leaning over you, peering into your face with a look of worry. He notices your gaze and breathes a sigh of relief.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said, that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Argenta kneels next to you, and for the first time you see her eyes radiate pure, unclouded joy. Behind Argenta, you see Idira Talas doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you. The Emperor protects Seneschal.
Indeed he does. Oh, if I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
Your tone renders Abelard motionless. Then he quickly makes the holy sign of the Aquila himself. The Emperor fucking protects.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
Adira wipes her mouth and grasps.
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What, we'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Argenta herself sounds proud, even furtive. Allow Abelard to help you up. Admittedly, I've been better. Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong, and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are taut strength. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther. Edelfrad von Valentius stares at you without trying to hide his astonishment and trepidation. Murik Calicus, do my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake. It was the only way. We are here in response to your Vox call. I did not expect you would make it here in time. After all the mutiny caught the entire crew off guard as they were scattered all over the ship. I must say, your wounds... Look at him. Edelfrad does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken on a strange hue, the skin at his temples appears scaled, and his voice now has an uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The Psyker's body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the warp. You're not in the best shape yourself, Edelfrad. The Psyker grins back at you. Noticed the signs of my blessing, have you, Emmerich? Yes, the warp is taking its toll, but I'm still sane and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the Von Valentius bloodline to the end, and if the price is the eternal curse of the mutation, so be it! certainly are ugly. I can fight, at least for the time being. Edelfrad nods, satisfied with your answer. Then let us steal our souls. Our greatest trial awaits. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways? It was at this very elevator, Master Edelfrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the arch-militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts. This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the bridge. Conrad Voigtfear was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once. We must stop him. Assault the bridge now. We can find Lady Theodora later. No, Emmerich. Abelard's voice is dry, but there is genuine concern. You most certainly are not. You can barely stand upright after what happened. It is best that we go retrieve Lady Theodora and let Edelfrad commence the attack on Voigtfear. Something in the Skinskall's voice gives you the impression that his primary goal is ensuring Theodora's safety, not yours. Edelfrad nods. A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to a bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet Everett Calicus. May the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle. Edelfrad salutes you with his weapon and turns to his retinue. The generator hums softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle from static discharges. Reach the secret lip. Where is the... No, that's not it.
See, right there.
Oh, clever. That's very clever. Quickly.
Halt. I noticed something.
All of this is taking place on the ship. That is wild to me.
Follow my lead. We shall prevail.
Oh, that ain't good. Thorvierg. You can open. Nope. Mort. Mort. Damn it. He's gone. Oh, that's really clever. The warp corruption is just like right out of the corner of your eyes. You can barely even notice it usually. The murder scene. Theodora von Valentius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
Adeptus Sororitas, the devout warriors who serve as the militant arm of the Adeptus Ministorum. The Sister of Battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering in the Archmilitant's body.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
That was some great voice acting right there. Indira's heart-rending scream shakes the walls. She collapses to her knees, her body shuddering as she weeps.
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Abelard, stunned, takes a few steps forward and leans heavily on the edge of the desk. His eyes are locked on Theodora's body. Almost certainly, he loathed Theodora.
First, betrayal. Now, the murder of the rogue trader. And Mort.
All. Abelard runs his hand over his face.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Indira sobs and gets up. She glances around, looking lost. Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise. The last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. It is difficult to say exactly what was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. But upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium, a broad term for combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man. Indira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color Luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Adira scoops up a handful of shards and clenches them in her fist with such strength that blood starts dripping on the floor. She shakes her hand, looking frightened.
Tainted witchcraft.
Papers, what do they say? Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valentius signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Imperial Emperor's Inquisition, the secret organization tasked with hunting down the myriad threats to the stability of the Imperium and all mankind. The secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. The Inquisition is one of the most powerful forces in the Imperium. If they're involved, that's not good. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? We might be able to see the killer through her eyes. There's not much else I can gather from here. Adira's whole body shudders.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Alright, Mort. I'm not here. An auto pistol shot went right through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than me. Rest in peace, man.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Adira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Adira clenches her fists. Sorry, mate. The murder scene looks like something caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening. Theodora's rosary. Handwritten letter. Handwritten letter with a seal. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykard system. One of my agents, Interrogator Hendrix van Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furibundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator Van Kalox's activities on Rykard Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Calyx himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you. XC. Hell of a way to get introduced. Rogue Trader's Cloak. Grants +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
The parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Rest in peace. Emperor guide them.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, what is...
Feel my wrath!
I will take you down.
Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. Alright, yeah. Oh, that's a big mamma jamma.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Hurrah!
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nothing I can't do.
Heavily damaged, fresh injury.
Doubt is for the weak.
Will do. No can do. On it.
Oh, that's a big cost. Oh, I'm glad I did that.
Just a minor setback.
Oh.
Indeed.
Already done.
Fuck.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Kill it. Kill it.
Anything else?
Ah, sorry.
Will do.
Reduced to dust.
Better than dog shit. And another level up. Let's go. There is no attack limit. Choose talent. Gain talents that grant passive bonuses and improvements. The range of the officers is increased by Steel Resolve, Blood of Martyrs, Focus. I mean, that one's pretty nice. I'm just gonna go with that one. It increases it by +3? Yeah. thick skin is very good for him since I have him rushing in. Oh yeah, I mean that's just a bonus. Fired up seems pretty nice.
I'm always ready. We must act. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay. Time to finish this up. I gotta get moving, and if I think we're really close to, like, finishing this up. Lore, warp, 95%.
I rise to the
This
occasion.
horrific vision is product of the warp energy that permeates the bridge. Edelfrad.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Edelfrad. Edelfrad looks somewhat harrowed, but is still in one piece. He glances at you, then over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. You're here! But where's the Lord Captain? The Lord Captain will not be joining us. Edelfrad gives you a confused look. Then, as realization dawns on him, his eyes fill with disbelief. No. The rogue traitor is dead. Edelfrad shudders and grabs his shoulders. As you watch, the sleeve of his jacket bursts open, and two bone growths pierce through the fabric. No matter what ritual Conrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. Feel my body changing with every second, the warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. Adira looks anxiously at Edelfrad, and then she glances back at you. I've seen him before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator sanctum. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator sanctum. Edelfred stares at you, and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. Then we have no right to bow our... You can see Conrad Voigtveer clearly in the gloom of the bridge. A broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time! Edelfred bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelfred's eyes, and they begin to turn sickly yellow. Draw your weapon. Voigtveer, you duplicitous cur! The rogue trader's death will be avenged! What? Theodora is dead. Voigtveer stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No! That can't be, not now! I still haven't... Edelfred lowers his head. Then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Edelfred! Don't!
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Oh, fuck.
With
Edelfred.
fire and vigor, our Emperor imbue us.
I will level you!
You use the unique abilities called Heroic Acts. Moment of your part, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. You use a Heroic Act, a low value grants access to desperate measures. Prepare for battle.
Not a problem for me.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost!
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh man, that is so much uglier than the one in Vermintide. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not good. Ow. Abelard, get up, please. Simon says, wake the fuck up.
Anything else? Will do. Anything else? But of course.
What's wrong with them?
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Nothing I can't do.
Argenta is just turning into the party's tank, and I'm fine with that.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Get the fuck up, Abelard.
Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh my god, it's healing. Oh god, it's healing. Oh, that's really bad, it's healing. Oh god, they got knocked over. Oh, this sucks.
Back now.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Field medicine at its finest. Victory is imminent.
What is this foreboding? Was that you? Or...
Anything else? Will do.
Not my specialty.
It will be done. a tactical disadvantage.
God damn it.
I will do my duty. Indeed. I'm not interested. Someone else can do this. That's not the Seneschal's job.
On it.
How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing?
Absolutely not. I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. I will do my duty.
Suits my purposes.
Will do. Not this Scryer's draw. I'm not so sure.
Let's see how they respond to this. Already done.
Hit him!
Pain and duty go hand in hand. I'm not interested.
Oh, my sister's annoying.
It will be done. At your
This is scuffed. This is really, really scuffed.
That is not my destiny. Anything else? There is movement in the Empyrean.
Alright, I gotta be close in order to do that. That's good to know.
Suits my purposes.
Was that you? Or
Nothing I can't do.
why did I not foresee this?
Indeed. Victory is imminent.
None will stand against me. Will do. Not this Scryer's job, but of course.
Dan and Dustin. Sorry, Adelfarad. Man, you rank up fast. Holy shit. Alright, choose characteristic. Willpower +5. I'll boost ballistic skill up to 40. All the others I'm fine with. Gain +2 movement points. Excuse me. Gain no melee superiority. I just see that as a bonus, yeah. Epicenter of slaughter. Toughness. Alright. Intelligence. Nimble. Ballistic skill. Unpredictable? Yep. I like having her in cover. Helmsman. Where is the helmsman?
None shall stand in my way.
His sacrifice was worthy, but...
A new challenge for me?
Helmsman!
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
And...
Ravor! Master Helmsman! System status report! By the Emperor! It's the Seneschal! Living and breathing! The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. Whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for bro knows how long. How did you people survive in here? The man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It's better than the Emperor's, not someone else's. When I barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then I prayed for our rescue. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear survivors. You hear someone sobbing. One of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the box channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Amaric Calicus, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valentius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take your place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master Emmerich. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I am ready. Begin the ritual. Yeah, that's a throne, alright. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. And this voice booms with all the horrors of the world. Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? The vision lowers, its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear.
It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
Be gone, phantom! Your head begins to spin, and viscous drops flitter down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor, Void Cleaner, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seized from this lips.
The aspirant vowed her tomb with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you on the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world. I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection.
The image is scattered by invisible sorceress wings, and you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of the destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to salvation, the thread that will guide you in the weapon of our return to me.
Oh god, it's a demon Z. Abelard, a cavalcade of hazy images of the future. Yet unknown, passes before your eyes, a flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty.
The path is set, child of the dawn. A thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Master Hellman's Ravor. Ravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The locked signal is stable, which means... The navigator gave... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm and nearly claimed Vivon Valencia's flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who died this day. Ravor does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
It takes time for Abelard to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at you and continues. Say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord! It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Abelard stops short and glares fiercely at the confused officers.
The deed is done, Master. And my apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The Seneschal turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older. Hail to the Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valencius and humanity.
Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You had us worried for a few hours there. Abelard offers a flaming smile. But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in the Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who to take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and when they could be found. It was unsurprising, given that our informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidfear? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from our important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. And they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. I am ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the orders to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, Op Alert! Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Emmerich Calcus von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman, whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Seriata of the Taliman line, our new Vox Master. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Besides her is Ravel, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, with large, dark circles under his eyes, and the dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me. But rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Janris Danrat, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with coiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It's an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the three officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crews work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omniscience. Three officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute, resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests mechadendrites. The rulers are the Adeptus Mechanicus. They revere the technology as the object of their devotion. A tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically attached to the spine. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtler's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. A powerful sanctioned psyker who can send and receive messages through space using their telepathic abilities. All other presents are agents, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Senescal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next three deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. That is managing quite well so far. You can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower levels, from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Thank you, Generous. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, grumbles Abelard, frowning. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox-free translator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed. Thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer Prime, a tech priest whose specialization is the maintenance and repair of sacred machines, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Someone care to translate the esteemed driver? I see, thank you. The tech priest bows her head. Master Helmsman, deliver your report. Right you are, Captain. Put a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship sounds more or less. But without our Engine Seer Prime and Navigator, fail in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what will happen first. A warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them has a Navis Noble Light station, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the interior. The station manages complete rock silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. You have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. For slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethean supplies last. If my pickers grok shit lowlights still stepping around, we'll be able to take them out. Don't you worry on that, Skull. That's good to hear, Master Helmsman. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? How did our weapons fare throughout this entire engagement? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. The Master of Ordnance chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before lowering his gaze. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. He looks at you. But I've heard of you. Oh, yes. Your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight. The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight if that is the Lord Captain's will. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engine Seer Prime and Navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage and can only be carried out at a footfall station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. The massive voidport on the edge of the Coronis Expanse and the notorious hotbed of vice, trade, and rogue trader intrigue. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Ptolemy. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the order of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Noble Light Station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface and seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Sensor technology that allows voyages to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet of the Navis Noble Light Station and find out what in the void is going on. We'll make that our top priority. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your Lordship, there is one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought this ship here, through this system, for a reason. He was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor. The secret organization, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC, Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich van Kallen. An interrogator, you understand? All I know is that he is somewhere in this system. That we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him the footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him, without any more information to go on, will be difficult indeed. But an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either Renatus Noelite or the Governor of Rykard Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valentius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problem. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. What now? Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Adira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the road trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Adira's glazed eyes rove over. Those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Adira, come to your senses. Damn it! Adira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is. No matter how hard I try, a single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? They cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Tanas? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into the future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. And just as it is time for us to get to work, it is time for me to call it quits. We got through the first part of that. That was awesome. I'm gonna be playing a whole lot more of this, I can tell already. Our journey into the Coronis Expanse has just begun, and I can't wait to see what else lies ahead. I can't wait to see what lies ahead. As of now, though, I've got to get going. I got something planned with some... I got something I got planned I gotta take care of. But I will be back either tomorrow or sometime next week to continue this. I am likely going to be marathoning Lies of P on Monday and Tuesday maybe, to try and free up the schedule so that this can go into the main slot. Otherwise we still have Baldur's Gate 3 to go through, and that's still fun. Either way, thank you all for tuning in, if indeed you still are. Thank you all for watching. My name has been J-Man. This has been Miners Love Games. And this has been Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. And you have all been awesome. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, morning, day, or night, wherever it is you are. And until next time, everybody, stay awesome, stay safe, and stay in the light of the Emperor of Mankind. Bye-bye!